Ein letzter Frühling im 75. Jahr. Sterbe, bis sie in 75 leben. Alle, die ich liebte, sind nicht mehr bei mir. Am Ende meiner Zeit bleibt nur die Liebe zu dir.
Hello. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good today. Sorry, I got it in my eye, apparently. Let's see. There we go. Let's not start the wrong game. There it is. Nice. Yeah, how's everybody doing today? It is Tuesday, I think. And we're gonna play some CAIRN. I'm excited. I have some climbing to do. Alright, that's good. Alright, let's see how high we are. We should be on top of that vertical wall there. Nice. Okay, so hold on. I need to get in there. Make an account of everything. My barometer says it's gonna be a beautiful day, but I don't see it. It's raining. Oh yeah, that's what's going on in here. We don't have water. I forgot. Well, a little bit. I think I'm gonna wait. On that. And then I'm gonna recycle this. I wanted to keep my food just in case I find something else, but $10, thank you for the tier 3, 45 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. $10 will be remembered. Thank you. I don't think dandelion and thistle can be turned into anything else. But I don't want to use water to cook it. That's the problem. Until I, find water. I think we're just gonna climb. We're just gonna climb and... Oh, hey. This nerd's back. Had temporarily disappeared yesterday. Still unsure about some of that. What's up, Bookie Bear? I'm still unsure about what I'm... Hold on. Meal team leaders: Solal first aid, Oral itinerary, Elsa troglodyte guide, Yamina documentary maker. Climb what V4 scouted the wall last night to identify the routes. The wall is truly hellish. And that a worrying signal is impossible to pinpoint a precise location. Initially, my thought was that I would find origamis at the top of each route, but I don't think that's it. Because obviously, you know, it reminded me of this, right? Which was you had 3 different routes and each brought a piece of that doll. But I think this is different. This is more like this, right? There's different routes, but there's not necessarily something on top of each of them. Cause I'm pretty sure I would have seen something. There was something to see. Like, I mean, I obviously haven't thoroughly explored the wall, but I've looked around, dangling on my ropes and everything. I would have seen something. Okay, well, I guess the first step would be to go here, like go in order of ascension. How do I get up here? This seems fine. This also seems fine. For some reason, this seems easier. I don't know. I mean, this has an overhang, but it's craggier, if that makes sense. That, like, you almost have a ladder here. I guess you also do here a little bit. Yeah, that's the only spot that's a little worrying, but I don't think it's even that bad. Let's just get up there, I guess. I mean, it always looks different from a distance. Yeah, this seems nice. Yeah, it's a little taller than it looked from a distance, but it should be fine. I should secure myself pretty fast. Not risk anything. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is a little harder than I thought it was gonna be. Still probably
Right
fine,
on.
but... Oh, that is not what I wanted. Thank you. I was trying to get my hand up there. Come on. Oh, God. Okay, thank God for all the drinks I have in my system right now. Definitely helping. I'm sticking to the wall, like I have glue on my feet. Oh, again? Come on.
What? Ah!
Marco? Are you okay?
Oh, jeez. So lame. That's what I get for trying to impress you.
Well, you failed on that.
This part's pretty hard. I've already fallen 5 times from the same place.
5 times? Come on. Keep pushing. This part doesn't look very complicated.
Sorry, I'm just stressed out. My arms are starting to hurt. I'm feeling tired.
You can do it, Marco. You didn't climb all this way to get stuck on such an easy route.
An easy route. I don't find that very encouraging, you know.
Fatigue is all in your head, Marco. You can do it, okay? Listen to me. You can do it. I believe in you.
Now that's my kind of medicine. Okay. I go up and left. I don't know.
Can't project it, can you?
Nope.
Okay. So you see the little overhang to the right?
This one?
No, that one over there. There's a vertical crack at arm's length to the right.
Okay, got it.
So you can hook your left foot and right hand in this crack, then grab the hold just above left-handed.
Okay. Okay, I think I got it.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Like right now? I'll get nervous if you watch me climb.
Hey Marco, I meant what I said. I believe in you. Watch how the pro does it.
All right. See you later.
Hey, that's not at all where I was going. See, I don't like when the game does that. I don't mind the cutscene, but then put me again where I was. I prefer the dissonance of the cutscene being in the wrong place, and then me being able to continue what I was doing, rather than the dissonance of the cutscene teleporting me. I don't like that. It's gonna be awkward anyway, so at least don't ruin what I was doing. I guess at this point I can go up here, and then I think it leads up there, and then I can rappel to that little ledge there. Might as well. Also, I refuse to believe that Marco made it up here with that fucking previous wall and struggles on this now.
This is the real deal. I feel like I got front row seats.
Yeah, well.
Holy cow. You are so fast, it's wild.
That doesn't feel true.
See? That's where I got stuck.
No, you
And you just got over it without breaking a sweat.
were literally
I'm
falling
so
on the
lame.
other. Come on, Marco. What's lame is lying, Marco. Alright, get up there, nerd. Snow! More stuff up here. Might be burnout. Yeah, I mean, maybe he's tired, but... Just had a long night's rest. I mean, maybe he got too drunk and... I mean, she did mention exhaustion, talking to... Alright, it seems like this might actually be climbable. Thank you. Now I'm gonna have to re-equip it every time because the thing doesn't prioritize my destructible ones. Alright, let's see. Doesn't look like there's anything to pick up. Is that a nest? Oh my god, that's a nest. And there's no bird defending it. Oh my god. What? Okay, I need to try and stand on that ledge. Can I just stand on this? It doesn't look like I can just stand on it, so that's gonna be a problem. How do I do that? Because I can't... Damn it. I need to go down. We need to make some room in there. I don't even know where to start. Is there a world where I get rid of this? I don't know. Maybe that'll be it. Any more of your offline games? Yeah, I kept playing Romeo. I think I'm about like a halfway through, maybe.
Cool.
Pretty good. Why does it say eggs plural? Pretty sure that's only one egg. I didn't realize it always said eggs plural. thought there were gonna be several. Alright, let's get up there. Oh jeez, wrong camera angle. All right, let's get up here. Let's see, oh, I thought I heard water. I was getting excited. Are you thinking to play next offline? I don't know. Probably Mugenics a little bit more. Maybe getting back into Final Fantasy 14. I don't know. Ooh, okay, I need to not make a mistake this time with the fucking soup. The soup ends up being a liquid, so I need to make sure I put it in my giant jug. That's gonna be a lot of value. Oh, I didn't get in there. I really need my, well, I mean, that's not gonna help because it's gonna fill my fucking thing. Well, How do I do this? I think the best tactic to pack is to like repeatedly press. No, see, it says that it doesn't actually pick it up. There we go. Got that. Oh yeah, the soup bag is a lot bigger than I thought. I think trying to pack in the corner might be the best play. Not gonna be enough, no. Nope. Shit. I don't want to lose. I could recycle that bag, but I don't want to lose on the potential extra chalk. I'm kind of... I mean, I don't know where I'm gonna put everything. I mean, as soon as I can cook, it's gonna just free some space in water. So the piton scraps are taking a lot of space for no reason. I should have cooked the plants. Fortunate. Yeah, every time there's too many small parts. So every time I try to push the things down and pack it, something else is just moving over. It's way too many small things. Which makes it harder. Ideally I should put all the small things at the bottom. Like temporarily put everything under the big things. Then I could use the big things to push down on everything else. The shepherd, but that would be a lot of like, what if I use this, right, as I use the fish as a line? See, I use the fish to pressure everything else. Too big. Oh man. Pretty close though. I just can't find the space for long enough. Okay, well, I know there's chalk here, so give it there for a sec. All foggy, not ideal. Still no trace of water, not ideal. There's a ledge over there that I want to check and then climb on that level. I don't want to leave that chalk behind. How to deal with that? I mean, it's just a bit of chalk. I mean, it's not that important, but... Okay, that's in there, so now we can do this. Alright, now if I somehow manage to get... the chalk that's in the bag here, we're good to go. Ooh, hold on. That looks pretty good. As a start. Yeah, see the fish just... Yeah, pack things. Ah, there's way too many small things. Look at even the fucking medicines. Pouring over now. I don't want to get rid of that big bottle, even though it's clearly not. It's really the least effective one that I have. I should be able. It's not that big of a thing. Look at that. It should fit in there. God damn it. What's up, Heroes and Diamonds? How are you today? Oh my god. I cannot believe that I'm struggling with this, even though I feel like I've filled my bag much more than that in the past. I think the problem is, again, the size of the items. Bigger items are easier to deal with. Oh! What? No way. That looked good. Come on. To be faster? I mean, it does rotate pretty quick as soon as I let go. Is it the pitons? Is that the problem? Are those things? They're pointy and annoying. Oh my god. You know, as soon as I let go, it just... Oh, the controls don't feel good today. I don't know what it is. I keep like going to the side. Having trouble selecting what I want. Yeah, the center part's a mess. If I had water, I could just cook some things, but until I know exactly where to find water, I am not using anything. There we go. I think my issue is the corner here is a bit rounded, like in a weird way, and so it struggles to place items there. All that for 2 pieces of chalk. And that felt like a worthwhile use of my time. Yeah, at least now I got it. I don't have to wonder. I don't like leaving things behind. Matter of principle. What time is it? 5:36. Oh boy. Our hands are already struggling a little bit. I would definitely love to find some tape. Sooner than later. Oh shit, there's an... Oh my god, there's a dead body up here. Oh, from a distance, I was almost like, is that person breathing? No, it's a skeleton, not breathing. I mean, I could also just get up and then rappel on those ledges. Uh, okay, I do not like that. Let's see. What's up, Warren? Okay. Nothing in here.
Got them.
It's going, it's going. Okay, come on. Like sometimes I'm trying to land on like a ledge and it doesn't want to let me get off the wall, and sometimes I'm trying to stay on the wall and it just gets me off immediately. Subsoitsu. You think a game like this would benefit from a more exaggerated setting? No. I don't understand the question. So I'm gonna say no. A more exaggerated setting. How is the setting exaggerated? Can I climb this? I'm not even sure. I mean, this could be climbable, maybe? I don't even know, like, shit. This looks... I mean... This looks fine. This part, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess climbing here and then going down. I mean, I'm already here. Might as well try. Still having fun water. Well above the clouds now. Something like a fantasy setting with unrealistic mountain structure, magical wind stuff, I don't know. Oh, no. No, I think the main appeal of this game is that it feels authentic while still being a, you know, fictional setting with some fantasy adjacent elements, like, you know, the whole troglodyte civilization that lived here, and some sci-fi elements with the technologies they have and some of that stuff. I think it's a absolute perfect setting for what they're trying to do. If you go too hard into the fantasy, you get something like Jusant, which does not feel authentic whatsoever and doesn't have that sort of weight to the game.
Thanks.
Okay. It legitimately didn't want to come, so I'll press it again. I really wish it would prioritize my destructible ones so I don't have to manually equip them. See, there's so much space in that bag. It's just that all those loose pieces are just making a mess.
Good.
Yeah, this doesn't look like much, but that's gonna be a bitch of a climb. I don't know. But I mean, I'm here anyway, so might as well try. Come on. Come on. Okay, there's no way you cannot stand on that leg. There you go.
Good.
I don't know about that leg, but maybe that's... yeah, that's actually alright. There you go. Other hand, yes. Get that leg up here. Thing like this. And now there. Get your leg up there, exactly. I don't know about that. Okay, this is not working out the way I was hoping. Okay. That wasn't as hard as I thought it was gonna be. I still had my extra grip power, which I guess helped.
You're part of the mountain now.
He is part of the mountain now. Poor chap. What you got on you? Oh! Climbing tape. Still no water though, but I do like the climbing tape. I think I'm gonna put some chalk on my hands. And I'm gonna use this. There's a prey run. Consider playing the DLC. I think it improves the gameplay. Probably not. I heard like the DLC is more like a sort of almost a roguelike type thing.
Thank you, friend.
That doesn't really sort of fit with the you know, the sort of doesn't... It's not like integrated in the run, if I remember correctly, like in the main game. I don't remember exactly, but I heard it's like a completely different experience. I don't think it's for me. I mean, I thought Prey was fine. It just, by the end of it, I was kind of done with the whole thing. The ending came when it needed to. I didn't want more Prey. I would much rather like play Dishonored, for instance. I was to play an arcane game again. Which I want to. I do want to play Dishonored. Come on, it's just a, oh yeah, I'm making the same mistake as previously. I'm gonna do it like this. Make some space in the center instead. Yeah, that's kind of hard. Ugh. How do I deal with that? Can I make like room in the center instead? How would that work? Nah. It's in the gameplay loop. Yeah, no, I mean it same answer. I'm not interested in playing more Prey. Prey was the exact length and content that I wanted it to be. No desire to play more of that. In fact, from everything I've heard, I mean, again, I you know, I haven't played it, but I think I remember some of the discussions during the thing that some of my least favorite elements of Prey were very much, you know, sort of the kind of stuff I would find in the DLC, like more gameplay heavy, combat heavy, mechanics heavy stuff, which is definitely not my favorite part of Prey. I like Prey for the slow exploration and finding the documents and the lore and all that. Anything that was trying to do combat and gameplay I thought was pretty mediocre. Like fighting those giant, you know, timed enemies and all that. That was really bad. But yeah, again, no interest in playing the DLC in this case. Yeah, that was fun. I was so ready to spend the entire stream on this. I was ready. I was prepared. And then it happens with like within 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure I never went through the amount of darts I crafted for this specific thing. I crafted, I don't know how many, like 100 darts or something just for that one thing, because I was sure we're gonna be there forever. And then I just got it within 5 minutes, and then I don't think I've ever used the darts we crafted. Can't seem to make room. I just eat the fruit jellies. The problem is, I don't know. There has to be a way for this to work. I need to, oh my god. Fucking hate those plants. Yeah, no, there's way too many small parts. It's just not working anymore. I need to reorganize my bag also because this is a mess and I legitimately want to throw myself off the mountain just seeing how disorganized my bag is right now. I mean, I need to consume some of the things in it. It's impossible to organize. It's overfilled to a level where organizing it is pretty much impossible. Oh!
Thank you, friend. I'll make good use of it.
And it's a 10-pack too. Oh my god. Okay, that's brilliant. Okay, now the only thing I need is water. I need to find a water source and a campsite, and we're good. I'm gonna have to make sure I explore those little ledges here. Which I'm sure once I get up here I can probably... That should work. What about the Elden Ring run? Yeah, the Elden Ring run is gonna be returning eventually. I'm taking a seasonal approach with Elden Ring because it's, you know, it's probably gonna be, I don't know, like 1500 hours total. So I can't play that, you know, I would be playing it for like a year and a half, which is a guaranteed burnout if I were to do that. So yeah, I'm taking it in seasons. No clue when season 2 is gonna be, but I would guess, if I were to guess, I would say late this year, maybe second half of the year. I don't know. I'm usually getting the itch to play a Souls like about once a year, so whenever that happens and we have a slot in the schedule, I'm gonna slide it in there. That's the plan. Yeah, we'll finish it eventually. I just don't want to get on like a precise schedule. Like I tried to do Witcher 3 in the same like seasonal format, but I tried to do it in a more rigid way where I was like, okay, I'm gonna take a month to play something else and then I'll return to The Witcher, and it ended up being way too soon. Like I wasn't, you know, wasn't that excited to keep playing it, and then I immediately was bored of the game. Although to be fair, it was Witcher 3. You know, I already had plenty of issues with the game. I don't think Elden Ring's gonna suffer from that same problem, but I still do want to wait until... Well, I mean, you know, Elden Ring's not a perfect game or anything. But, yeah... Oh. Nice. I kind of feel like I was supposed to come from the other side and arrive here, some kind of like, you know, beautiful, you know, you come out of the thing and you're like, oh my god, this is so pretty. I did it the other way around. Works just as well. We are really above the clouds now. I love how you can see, like you can sort of see the structure of the building, of the interior of the palace, right? Just by looking at the movement, you can see the shape of the mountain, looking at the movement. What a great game. Yeah, the night sky is really beautiful in this game, for sure. So yeah, what I was saying about Elden Ring is... I don't think Elden Ring is a perfect game. I think it's a very flawed game. Just like The Witcher was. But... I feel like Elden Ring lets itself play more than The Witcher, if that makes sense. Like The Witcher, you have all those story moments and those very like sort of dialogue heavy quests where you have to go here and there and talk to people and yada yada, and like if you're not invested in the story, like I wasn't, I couldn't care less about the Witcher 3 story. I think they're doing a very poor job at sort of getting you into the story, and there's a lot like there's a lot of pacing issues in the story of The Witcher, which is due to the nature of the game, I think, because of that open world nature, and you know you get derailed and doing other stuff, and so it obviously makes the pacing of the story a little harder to sort of follow and getting to, and especially with my play style, like it's just, I've said that in the past, but a game that's already very diluted because of its open world nature, for me it's gonna be a hard sell, because the way I play games dilutes the game even more. So if you have a tight focused experience, my playstyle sort of expands it, right, in a way that to me feels very nice. It puts space in games that are sort of, you know, like this is a perfect example. But if it's something that's already a little diluted with the open world nature and all those things, it's gonna be like putting too much water in your syrup, right? That's kind of how it feels. For me to play something like The Witcher. I don't think Elden Ring suffers from that problem, because it's very gameplay forward. Like, the lore is just based... There's no, like, you know, big story, dialogue moments and all that. Like, it presents its story in a different way. Like, you find story as you explore, and you read the items, and you take your notes, and you put things together. Like, it happens mostly in your mind more than in, like, there's no, like, you know, cutscenes and... in the same sense as there is in something like The Witcher. So Elden Ring lets itself play a little bit better. In that sense for me. Is that water? Oh shit, that's water!
That's not water. Looks more like resin.
Okay. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, that's so funny. What a brilliant little moment of game design right there. You finally think you found water, and you're like, oh my god, water! That's not water. Beautiful bastards who made that game. Love it. Is that water? Or is it the same substance? No, that's gonna be the same thing, isn't it?
Don't drop a match here.
What if I did, though? Yeah. Well, the water struggle continues. Is it like a beacon? Is this like the beacons of what is it called in the Lord of the Rings? Like those things they, you know, set on fire again? I can't remember. To call Rohan for help, or Gondor for help. I don't remember which side it goes. Yeah, I don't remember which, you know, which side it is. Like if it's which one calls which one. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I haven't licked a frog, Colette. I haven't done that. I was very prudent. I'll have to do it if I find another one in a safe space. The problem is the only frog that I noticed I could lick, because I noticed it pretty late, was right next to a ledge, and I... Oh my god. Oh my god. Water. The Witcher have some good elements in the story here and there. The real problem is every component of the gameplay except Gwent. I actually like the gameplay of The Witcher. I know a lot of people don't like The Witcher's combat. For me, it was perfectly fine. I enjoyed the combat of The Witcher. My main issue really was with the story, the main story spacing. I thought some of the side quests were interesting. Just, yeah, the main story was way too loose and diluted, and it really didn't grab my attention. I don't know. I mean, I was never a big fan of The Witcher in general. Like, I didn't like the first two games too much. I never finished either of them, but I knew the story a little bit from like watching videos and all that. Cyberpunk, on the other hand, I thought was incredible. Much more immersive and interesting, and I don't know. Yeah, the Cyberpunk was a big surprise for me. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. All right, it's time to do things here. Let's see. How do we? Where do I even start? I think I'm gonna make a big batch of soup. I'm just unsure if there's any way for me to improve the soup. I mean, I should probably check the bags around, right? Before I do anything. Just in case there's like... What if there is, cream or something, right? Like or a milk, right? In one of those bags. Let's see. My hands are good for now, right? Yeah. Day 38, by the way. We've been on this rock for 38 days. That's insane. A damaged recipe from the book Grande Cuisine for Grand Summits. I'm in preparing for the sub-zero temperature at high altitude. Sub-zero? Okay. I don't know about that. There's nothing better than mixing rice with an intense infusion for a tasty, invigorating mountain rice. Sub-zero. Holy fuck. I don't think I'm ready for this. Yeah, no, you're hungry. We're gonna eat soon. Oh, that's just Curinol and Alpine Cola. So I don't... The cola I'll grab if I have some room, but I don't care too much about it. Man, this place is awesome. I don't know what's up with all the resin and the fires and all that, but... The problem I have with Cyberpunk is how easy and overpowered you are. Let me think. Yeah, I think... Well, there was... I remember one part of the DLC being kind of challenging. There was like a couple of gunfights in the DLC that were a little harder. There was one gunfight in particular in the DLC that I remember we spent a little bit of time on. But yeah, other than that, it is true that I felt pretty strong. I mean, there's a lot of settings, right, that I may have not played with to make the game a little harder. But I liked the fantasy of, you know, sort of... I was that sort of John Wick style character. That's kind of what I was going for. It was mostly, you know, like pistols, silence pistols, and doing all kinds of stealths, you know. And so the challenge for me was not really in winning the encounters. It was doing the encounters in the coolest way. Like, you know, getting in there, shooting everything, not getting hit. And then, you know, and that was it. I love doing that. That was really fun. I have there's this one clip. I don't know if how easy or hard it would be to find,
It's
but
freezing.
yeah, it's getting really cold. Fuck. There's this one clip where I go inside like a little arcade or a store. I don't remember what it was, but it might have been like one of those like chop shop to you know, for cyber implants. And I literally like cleaned the store almost without getting hit, and it's like a perfect like slow motion John Wick sequence. That's the most fun I've ever had in a like first person game, in terms of like, you know, the shooting and everything. That was an absolute blast. Yeah, it was really fun to play. And you know, the world felt very immersive, and every time I would engage with the open world, there was always something to do. And when I was tired of the open world and I wanted something more linear, I could get back to the main story, and it was really well done and well directed. And yeah, to me, Cyberpunk's just an absolute blast. I'm glad I waited to play it, because I hear it, you know, the version I played was in a much better state than the one that came out, but I did watch Edge Runners, yeah, after I played the game. It was good. You know, I didn't think it was super great or anything. It was fine. I thought the first half of Edge Runners was a lot better than the second half. I think the story sort of fizzles out. But the beginning was very strong. Right. There's something... Okay, there's something I can do with those things. Troglodyte signature codes. Signs addressed to surrounding mountains. Oh, it is! It is the fires of Gondor or something. Exactly what it is. To call for the other tribes. 3 fire lines indicate an attempt to climb the summit. The troglodytes will encourage you. May the mountain guide your steps. 2 fire lines indicated descent. The troglodytes will celebrate you. Coming back alive is always a victory. A single fire line is reserved for climbers who have conquered the summit. The troglodytes will admire you. Imposters will be cursed. Okay, now this makes me wonder how you can interact with this and what effect it can have on the game. What's up, Gecko? Yeah, still 1 death. Like, I wonder, what if you indicate 2 lines? Is that like you know, a special ending? Do you give up on the climb and gives you like a, you know, a bad ending type situation? If you do 1 single line, do you actually get cursed? I'm not gonna touch this immediately. I mean, I don't even know if I have anything to... I mean, I probably have something to light a fire. Because we have our, you know, little thing in there. Yeah, Shepard, you know, there's so many games these days try to be difficult and maintain that difficulty all through the game at the cost of that feeling of progression. And I understand. I understand that, you know, difficulty is in right now. It's trendy, right? I blame From Software. And you end up with either games that are very hard all the way through and sometimes overtuned and very frustrating, and you die a lot, and you know, it's that Souls sort of difficulty approach, which you bash your head against the wall until you finally get over it, right? Or you end up with something that's the Bethesda method, which is the content levels with you. Which, you know, there's a place for all of that. I think the Souls method, which is make everything super hard and then the person needs to grind or bash their head against the wall, I like that. I think it's rewarding, right? Again, you know, I'm as someone who became the Bushi back in the day, you know, I obviously like that kind of challenge. I'm not a big fan of what everyone seems to be doing with open world RPGs, which is level the content with you. Hate that shit. That shit is despicable. Hated it in Oblivion, which is the first memory I have of a game really doing that. I hate it in every fucking game where it happens. I don't like it. To me, it ruins everything. Not too many games allow themselves to do what Cyberpunk did, at least with the settings that I play. I don't remember if there's other settings to have the maybe the game level with you or whatever. I don't remember. But the way I was playing it, I felt like I was pretty weak at the start, and then I became this killing machine. I was just destroying everything. To me, that felt super immersive. I don't need every game to challenge me like crazy. With Cyberpunk, it was like I was just enjoying the adventure. I was enjoying being this badass assassin, bounty hunter, whatever I was, you know. And just, you know, living that fantasy was really fun. And I think there was a lot of value there. Especially since, again, not too many games allow themselves to give you that experience anymore. So yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, Cyberpunk wasn't the biggest challenge, no questions, but it was really, really immersive and fun. And the story was good enough, right? It's like, when I watch a movie, I don't expect the movie to be hard to watch. I don't expect a difficulty challenge, right? I'm just enjoying a good story. Well, Cyberpunk was that, except it was interactive. I was the character. There's value there. Not every game needs to be hard. But yeah, I've been thinking about Cyberpunk a lot lately because I've attempted to play Starfield and I just can't. There's way too much immersion breaking stuff in Starfield. It makes it impossible for me to enjoy the game. And it's a shame because I really wanted to enjoy Starfield. It's just, I feel like Starfield, every time I'm in an area, a specific area, I enjoy being in that area. The New Atlantis city, for instance, the sense of place in that location is pretty amazing for a sci-fi thing, and I think it was quite fun exploring it a little bit. But yeah, the way everything, you know, it's just way too many loading screens, way too many immersion breaking elements. Yeah, was unfortunately got old very quickly. I was thinking about Cyberpunk because if Starfield had Cyberpunk levels of immersion in terms of how seamless everything is, it would absolutely be the best game Bethesda ever made. By far, like not even close. I mean, I know it's not a very high bar, you know, especially since after Morrowind, but it would be by far the best Bethesda game. Because the gameplay is solid. I think some of the concepts, the world, the sort of like the feeling of space when you're actually in a location is really good. But yeah, no, nothing feels seamless about the game. It's, people were joking and memeing about the, you know, loading screen simulator, but that's kind of what it is, unfortunately. 'Cause, you know, the gameplay is solid. I think some of the concepts, the world, the sort of like the feeling of space when you're actually in a location is really good. But yeah, no, nothing feels seamless about the game. It's, people were joking and memeing about the, you know, loading screen simulator, but that's kind of what it is, unfortunately. I was trying to do like, you know, like in Elite Dangerous, for instance, something I loved doing was like doing simply like delivery, you know, space trucker type stuff. If you try to do that in Starfield, you are basically just looking at fast travel screens. You're clicking fast travel from a location to another. There's no actual movement whatsoever. And I think that's a perfect representation of the issue with the game. What's up, Goblin? I enjoy difficulty, but I found that it's a fine line. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind like literally ball-busting difficulty. Again, you know, one of my favorite experiences of video game experiences of all time was beating I Want to Beat a Boshi. That game, you know, it's on a level that, you know, I died, I don't know, like 15,000 times in that game. And I'm not kidding, that's not an exaggeration. I'm pretty sure that's underestimating, actually. I think my actual death count was something like 17,000 or something. You know, I love hard difficulty, but I don't think every game needs to be difficult. I don't mind a game that lets you live that fantasy of being a super badass assassin, like was the case for me in Cyberpunk. And it didn't trivialize the combat. It was just fun every time because the goal changes, right? It's not about beating the encounter. It's about how can I complete this encounter in the coolest way possible. And sometimes you do something super cool, and then next time you kind of fumble around and it's kind of awkward. And you're like, that wasn't great, but you know, I'll do better next time, right? The next encounter, I'll try to do something more badass or something. And it becomes like, the challenge becomes self-made of doing the encounter in the most perfect, fun way. It's not about beating it anymore. And I think there's value there. I really think there's value in like expressing sort of your progression of skill in the game. Not in clearing the bar, but doing something like almost like a performance with it, right? If that makes sense. But obviously that's something you find in yourself, right? That's not everybody will find that creativity, I guess, or even try to, which is okay. I'm gonna stop that sound because it's very loud. Sorry. What's up, Goose? If Starfield was better, it would be good. Well, you know what I mean, though. I'm talking about like a specific change. I think a lot of the things in Starfields are good. It's just the loading screens. For me, it's just a problem of immersion. I can see people who don't care too much about immersion, like people for whom immersion's not like the main important factor in a game, be totally fine with Starfield and have a lot of fun with what's there. Because the gunplay's fun, the quests seem decently written, and yeah, there's a lot of content there. But yeah, for me it was just, I don't know. You guys know how I am, right? It's immersion above all. So obviously, when something constantly breaks my immersion, same reason why I couldn't enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. Too many immersion breaking elements in there. It was very hard for me to get involved. Yeah, a lot of people do that, so they're just waiting for modders to fix Bethesda games. I don't like playing with mods too much. I like, you know, dev intended experience first, at least. And then if I really love the game, and you know, like Morrowind back in the day, right? Played Morrowind and then played it with a few mods because the game was that good. But yeah, typically I will if I never even finish the game without mods, I'm not gonna start modding it. It's just, yeah, it's just not for me. But I like the modding scene as a thing. I've mentioned that in the past. I have extreme respect for modding scenes. I wish modders were rewarded more than they are, but it's just not for me. I really like sticking to dev intended experiences. But yeah, I agree, Goblin, that Morrowind was probably their best game, and it came out so long ago. It's crazy at this point. I was a huge Daggerfall fan. Daggerfall was my first. I didn't play Arena, but Daggerfall was the big one for me. I remember waiting for that game to come out because I was seeing like screenshots in magazine. That was my dream game when I was a kid, when I was a teenager. And then I finally found the game in a store. Because believe it or not, back in the day in Switzerland, you wouldn't, you know, finding the game you wanted, like unless it was a super popular thing, or especially for PC, I feel like console games were a little easier. Like PC games were kind of hard to find. You had to go to the store and pray they had it. And if you were talking to like the, you know, the people in the store, like, oh, you have that game? They're like, no, we don't have it, sorry. It wasn't like today where you're like, would you mind ordering it for me? Or, you know, like they can, oh, we can order it for you. Or you can, I mean, today you just order online, right? But let's say like 15 years ago, you went to a store or even a gaming store, which didn't exist when I was a very young teenager. Gaming stores weren't a thing in Switzerland. You had your electronic stores and they had a gaming section. That's it. But nobody knew about video games. Like there wasn't a dude in the store that was like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm the video game expert. I'm gonna help you with this." So you kind of had to go to the store and pray they had the game you wanted. I remember there was like 6 electronic stores in my town, and I would do a rotation between each of them every fucking week after Daggerfall released, hoping to find it. I'm pretty sure it took like 3 months before one store randomly had it. I'm telling you, it was a journey. We're talking like 1996 or something. Like it was a different time. It was a different time. And not even 5 years later, gaming stores were everywhere, and it became a whole different thing. It's funny how quickly that, you know, everything sort of changed. I think the sort of like the beginning of the spread of the internet obviously helped a lot. And I don't know, I think the PS2 was a big factor. I think like when the PS2, the even like the Xbox a little bit, but in Europe, at least, you know, where I was, like PS2 was really like the main thing. I think the PS2 was a big factor in driving like gaming sales and stores popping up everywhere. That console was insanely popular. It's still crazy to me that to this day it remains like the most sold hardware ever, console-wise. Which again, you know, the DVD player aspect was also a big thing, but so many secondhand PS2 games around, yeah. What's up, Sharon? Yeah, no, I mean, like, if you haven't lived through the PS2 era, it's hard to comprehend how big that was. Like, especially, like, let me, in fact, go further than that. If you haven't lived before the PS2 era and then the PS2 era, it's hard to comprehend how popular gaming became all of a sudden. Nobody, like, even up to the PS1 era. I think the PS1 era, things, you know, gaming started becoming a little more cool, I think. And that was kind of the PS1 sort of, you know, that was their marketing. That was their intention. Make gaming a little edgier, make gaming a little cooler, right? Not just for the kids and the little nerds, right? And I think the PS1 helped with that. Like, obviously Final Fantasy VII was super popular, really, you know, had a big impact and everything, but it was still, I remember I was still one of the only fucking gamer in high school back in the PS1 era. I had to go to like a gaming store to find other people like me and then find like gaming friends. I was the only nerd in my entire village who had a fucking like PlayStation. And then suddenly the PS2 came around, and then everyone was fucking playing games all of a sudden. Random people would talk about GTA Vice City and San Andreas, and like waiting at the store for the game to release, you know, like on the release days. Like it very quickly changed. It was very impressive to see the sort of like the change in the how people looked at gaming in general. And then I think World of Warcraft was really when I felt gaming suddenly became mainstream. And everyone, like people you would not expect were suddenly gaming. Like WoW was such a phenomenon back in the day. People who'd never played video games before, the people who would literally make fun of me for playing video games 3 years prior to that, suddenly were, you know, wasting away their life on World of Warcraft. It was, what an absolute crazy moment that was. Yeah, Goblin, nice. Yeah, I started WoW in during beta. I randomly got a key at the time, I remember. And then yeah, I played up until the end of well, I played up until before the release of Burning Crusade. Then I stopped for a while because I was really, you know, invested in my studies at the time, so I didn't have time to you know, I was going through like teaching you know, certification and all that, so I couldn't game very much during Burning Crusade, so I kind of like skipped that, and then got back into it for Lich King because I was done with like my teaching certification, so I got back to Lich King, did all that expansion, and once we defeated Arthas, I felt a feeling of completion in my heart. I was like, you know what, that's why I was playing WoW. It was a continuation of the Warcraft 3 story, which I loved so much. I think I'm done now. I was good. I had the end of my story that I was looking for. I could move on. And I never touched WoW since. Well, outside of like a very short stint on like private servers to try to reclaim that vanilla feeling again, but that never really worked. Did you find many pirated games at the times? Yeah, the PlayStation was the start. I mean, okay, let me. I'll go back to pirating games in a second because there's a very interesting phenomenons there. So let's get back into it. Ask me again in a second if I forget. I just want to catch up with chat and address something before that. I knew of the existence of PS2 before knowing there was a PS1. Yeah, I mean, when you're a kid, you don't really understand, right? Like I understand that it doesn't necessarily make sense. Yeah, the PS1. I love the PS1. I mean, I was already a gamer, like a pretty, you know, intense gamer since the NES, even before the NES days. Commodore 64, and I've been a gamer my entire life. Age 3, I think, is when I started gaming on like a little Game & Watch, little crystal display thingy I got with a book, like a Mickey Mouse book or something. I've always been a gamer. So yeah, like the NES, Super NES, Genesis, PlayStation. I did the whole thing. So hyped for Zero Parades. Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not like overhyping myself, Fire Rider, but I'm excited to play it. Yeah. I know it's gonna be a bit controversial because of, you know, all the stuff around the Disco Elysium devs, and I think there's gonna be debate about that game. You know, I feel like I don't know if the game's gonna get a fair chance for like the hardcore disco audience, for instance. I can already see like some of that on their like trailers, comments, and all that. I'm trying to not let that get in my head too much. We'll see how it goes. Again, I don't know everything. I didn't look very hard into the disco situation with like the main writer and all that. But from what I could gather so far, everyone's a dick in that scenario. Like everyone's a kind of an asshole, and whatever. It just happens. Creative stuff mixed with money, and you know, shit happens. People get screwed. People get fired. People behave like idiots and assholes. It is what it is. I don't know. I still want to play Zero Parades. But we'll see. I gotta replay Disco Elysium before that. Do we have a release date for Zero Parades? Not sure. I don't get how many people managed to play WoW online games at the time, considering the cost of an internet connection. Well, I think that's part of it, so I think when WoW released was around the time where people started having DSL connections and all that, like unlimited, you know, connections where you didn't have to pay every minute. I think it was around the time where that became widespread, right? So that's part of why WoW, you know, did so well so easily, for, you know, people getting access to it, as opposed to something like Ultima Online, which came out like almost 8 years prior to WoW, but at a time where every minute you were playing the game, you were, you know, paying your phone tax, which was incredibly expensive. I still remember when I first got internet at home, I was suddenly racking up like 600, 700 telephone bills. My parents were not very happy with me. For some reason, they still let me do it. They never took away my modem or anything. They were just like, you know, try to be a little more careful. But for some reason, they never really stopped me, even though, you know, I mentioned that, but we never had a lot of money. I think they kind of understood that maybe the internet was kind of the place where I was going to find my people, and I was going to find, you know, sort of my callings in life, you know. The internet was a big thing for me. It really changed my life in many ways. I mean, everyone's life, but, you know, specifically my interests and the things that I enjoyed, and being able to find all the culture that I was craving for, and it was really a wild time for me. So maybe my parents got that. It was better than going outside and doing drugs, I guess, in their perspective. What's up, Luck? Went to the dev's new website. You mean Zero Parades? Yeah, I haven't really looked into it. Whenever you talk about your childhood, I picture you younger, but with a stash. Oh, the stash is a pretty recent addition. I mean, I had facial hair at some point in my 20s when I was in, you know, rock bands and all that, but wasn't the same. Wasn't a big stash like now. But yeah, back to the pirating. It's funny because pirating, when I was really young and I had my Commodore 64, and, you know, people had their, you know, all their Amigas and all those computers, even like 486, you know, Windows computers and all that. Pirating was incredibly widespread. That's the only way you would have video games, in fact. Like, I did not have a single official Commodore 64 game. Didn't exist. I don't know where I would have found one. I don't even think they had them in stores. The only way you would have games is you would get a floppy from someone. You didn't know where it came from, but it was full of games. And you had like 50 games on those things. I don't know where the games came from. I don't know who originally had them and made the copies. It seems like it just spawned out of nowhere. And you would have this floppy disk full of fucking video games. I don't know how it worked. It was just there. And everyone had all those games and all those, like, you had these plastic boxes with all the floppies in there, and you had like, I don't know, like, again, like 50 games on every one of them. It was a weird time. I don't know how to explain it. So that was super widespread piracy, right? Just like in the same way, you know, you would have music on cassette tapes, and everyone would just record stuff off the radio or copy other cassettes, and everyone had all the music, right? And then I think the 90s, there was, you know, like a really big dip in like the piracy stuff. The CDs started coming out, and CD burners weren't that widespread yet, very expensive. And then video games were on cartridges, which, you know, there wasn't the internet at the time, so downloading ROMs wasn't a thing yet. So it was impossible to copy, right? Well, or at least way more difficult. Like, nobody, you know, in your local area knew how to do those things. You would literally have to maybe go in like Asia and find those like pirated, you know, like illegal knockoff versions of the NES with like cartridges with 50 games on them or something. But that wasn't like widespread or anything. So like piracy suddenly like completely disappeared almost. At least from my experience, that's what it was. And then the PlayStation with the discs came out. You know, like CDs were a thing again. And that is when piracy started again. My PlayStation 1, I remember after like a couple years of having it, I got it chipped. And then, you know, I could basically get copies of the games my friends had. CD burners were getting more frequent. And then the internet, you know, around the same time, like 97 something, like the internet started getting a bit more widespread. You could start downloading ROMs and downloading like ISOs. And so not only would you get like every ROM of every Super Nintendo game ever, I remember that. I was going to the high school computer room and I would, you know, go with my little floppy disk and I would download every game that I could for my Super NES ROM at home, emulator at home, because I didn't have the internet at home yet at that time. But you were limited by the size of your little floppy disk. And then you had a friend that had like one of those, what's it called, like zip disk or whatever. Those were like 100 megs, so you could put like the bigger games on there, like Final Fantasy VI and all that. Chrono Trigger, those that were like 4 megabytes instead of just like 1.4 or something. And yeah, and then like, you know, burned CDs for the PlayStation and all that. And then, yeah, the internet became more widespread. So obviously, you know, with higher speeds, you could suddenly download every fucking PC game ever. And, you know, I imagine Switzerland a place where getting your hands on pirated games was like getting alcohol during prohibition in the US. No, not quite. It was just, I mean, it was just a nerd thing. Like, the random person in the streets, even that knew about gaming, didn't know about like pirating games or whatever. But if you were a nerd like me and you went into like, you went to your local game stores and meeting other nerds. Like, I remember in 98, 99 is when we started having like weekly LANs with my friends from the game store where we were. It was a one game store where we always were, and the owner of the store, obviously much older than most of us, but there was a wide range of people from like age 16, 17 to like early 30s. So the owner of the store every weekend would, well, not every weekend, I think. Well, every 2 weekends, I think we were doing. Every 2 weekends, he would host a LAN at his place, because he had like a huge underground, you know, like computer-filled like basement, because he also, on top of having a game store, he was doing like he was like selling computers right out of his house, and had like a little store of hardware for computers and all that. So we would all go to the dudes with our computers, you know, and big giant monitors, if you remember those. That was before flat screens. And we would go there like every 2 weekends and play for like 24 hours straight, from like Friday evening to Saturday evening. Order pizza and just play games. And I remember we would, it was the time where we would like, we would open up our folders with all the games that we had, and everyone would just share the games, you know. We would, it was a huge, very illegal, highly illegal pirating fest. Like, everyone would just share everything, the movies, the MP3s, everything that we had was like, it was an open ground. So every, like, the first couple hours of every LAN was just people downloading each other's computers. So we would all have like the full collection every time. We had like a, you know, we would organize and have like new folders. Here's the stuff that I downloaded during the week. And so you had like the guy that always downloaded the movies because that's what he liked the most. And then you had the guy that always downloaded the games. And then you had the porn guy, you know. It was the whole thing. The Bass Hunter Dota experience. Yeah, kinda. And then we were playing games for the rest of the weekend. Total Annihilation was a big one. Quake 2 was a big one at first, and then Team Fortress Classic on Half-Life was a big one. So many cool games. And we had the console little corner where Tekken was running all the time, Tekken 3 and then Tekken Tag on PS2. Man, it was a that was a whole thing. And then the weeks where the LAN wouldn't be hosted, we would go to the game store with our computers and play there all day. There was like tables at the back of the store, in the corner of the store, where we would just put the computers there and play Total Annihilation all day. That was the big thing we were enjoying playing there. And obviously play Tekken in the store when, you know, when people came in. And man, it was such a good time. I remember that era very fondly. But yeah, that was, you know, that was like the peak of that era was 99 to 2001. And then I think the internet kind of started taking over and people didn't move too much anymore because everyone could play from their homes, you know, so that kind of killed that. I think most of them got into, I remember a lot of those nerds from that game stores around 2001, I think, started getting into Final Fantasy 11. When was that? Final Fantasy 11 release date. 2002. Yeah, that kind of checks out. Yeah, around 2001, 2002 is when it kind of stopped, and then a lot of them got into Final Fantasy 11 online. And that's when, you know, the LAN stopped. And since I wasn't playing Final Fantasy 11, I kind of stopped playing with them. And then the owner of the store eventually passed away pretty young in 2009. I think I would think. They were playing WoW at the time, all of them still playing WoW all together. Crazy times. Always is the porn guy. Yep. Imagine being known as the porn guy. Well, that's just the way I'm presenting it. I want to organize a LAN party again. Thought about it for a couple months, hope enough friends are into it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard proposition at this point, isn't it? Convince someone to move there, especially like, I feel like people have gotten more elaborate with their home setups, right? Everyone has their, like your computer space, it's not as simple as it used to be. You just have a monitor and a computer and you just, you know. Everyone has their own little setups and everything is very neat and organized, and, you know, it's a hard proposition to move the whole thing for just a weekend or something. It's definitely a different, it's a harder sell than it used to be, I think. But invested a lot of time and money trying to make PS1 games unpiratable. Did nothing, delayed for a bit. Yeah, Goblin. I mean, that's the reason why the Nintendo 64 originally stuck with cartridges, right? They were super worried about pirating. I mean, to their credit, it worked as far as pirating goes for a while. But yeah, I don't know if that was the right play looking back. So many devs stopped working with Nintendo at the time because of that cartridge format. Way too expensive. Yeah, Colette. I mean, it was heavy as fuck at the time. Think about the size of the monitors at the time. The PC was the light part, let me tell you. The monitor was the problem. I mean, not too long ago, I think between 2018 and 2020, between 2018 and 2020, I was half living here and half living with my girlfriend at the time, who lived on the other side of the country. So I was like living 2 weeks here and then 2 weeks at her place over there. Because she had to move for work, and you know, it was a whole thing. I was moving my computer every time. So I got that vibe back of like, hey, I need to move all my shit, you know? And I was moving my 2 fucking monitors and my computer and everything. And sometimes I would even bring my PS4 with me at the time. It was a whole fucking thing, let me tell you. Every 2 weeks, I would just move the whole thing around. I mean, since then, you know, I have 3 monitors now. I wouldn't want to do it again. Yeah, 2 monitors. Up until the point where eventually, after a year, pretty sure I bought an extra monitor that I left there. I would only have to move one. Crazy stuff, yeah, the shit you do for love. It's crazy because it seems, part of me feels like that's so recent because, you know, that's the last like long relationship I was in. But it's, man, it's already, yeah, it's already been 5 years since that last long relationship ended. Was a while ago. You get used to, I'm telling you, you get used to solitude. The problem with solitude is that it feels so fucking good. you get used to being alone and not having to deal with anyone. I mean, I've had short relationships since, but nothing very fulfilling, unfortunately. I don't know, Credo. I think I don't think it's delusion. I think it's just, it's a trap. I think it's a trap. I think it feels very good on the surface, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm sure you're familiar with Christopher McCandless, right? Like the Into the Wild guy, the dude that died in Alaska on his own, and he, like, his last words in his notebook were like, "Happiness is only real when shared." I think there's some truth to that. Although, to be fair, he didn't have the internet. Nowadays, you can share your happiness with the world without having someone in your house, right? But you shouldn't need to be in a relationship to be happy. No, I don't think that's the point, right? But ultimately, I think it's great if you find your person, right? Like the person that really is meant for you. I think that's a very fulfilling experience. Because companionship is great. What's up, Envied? But I think being on your own is fine too. I don't mind it. I don't know. Sharing happiness isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you say the word internet. Well, yeah, but you also have control over that to a certain extent, right? So I think I'm gonna make a big batch of soup. Because that's gonna be a lot of hydration and food. And we're gonna store this. And at the point in my life that if I don't have someone to share things with, then what's the point? Yeah, I don't know. I think, obviously, you know, I mean, obviously, I'm here. Clearly, I'm someone who likes sharing things. I enjoy sharing things. When I'm doing something, or if I'm watching a movie that I really enjoyed, or a TV show that's like, oh my god, this is so good, and or I'm playing a game, you know, off stream, and I'm like, man, this shit's incredible. One of my first instincts is wanting to share it with people, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't necessarily involve, you know, relationship or anything. It can be a simple friendship, or simply, you know, you nerds in the chat, right? I love sharing with you guys a new show that I discovered, or that shit just makes me so... It's so fulfilling to me to be like, I found this thing and I need you guys to know about it. I need more people to watch this. You know, not in the sense that I discover, you know, like super mysterious thing. No, it's like, you know, stuff that everyone can... probably most of you already know about, but it's just on the off chance you don't know this thing, you absolutely need to watch it, right? I love that feeling. I love that feeling. What shows am I watching? Well, recently, I'm about to start. There's a new season of Shrinking that's airing right now, and I'm about to start the new season of Shrinking. I finished rewatching season 1 and 2 of Shrinking. It made me cry all over again. And I can't wait to start season 3. So if you haven't watched Shrinking yet, you need to watch Shrinking. That fucking show is incredible. Other than that, I think the best recent TV show I've seen is Adolescence. I think everyone on the planet should watch Adolescence. I think it's... I literally think that show should be played in middle schools all over the world. It's probably one of the most important shows I've ever watched in the past 20 years. Not only is it a masterpiece of direction, cinematography, acting, it's fundamentally important as a show. Adolescence, it carries themes and a message that everyone needs to hear. I love that it's a show in which people actually try to be better people. Shrinking, yeah. The whole thing about shrinking, you know, about communication and about sort of... I like it. To me, Shrinking fits in that sort of category with stuff like Ted Lasso, for instance. It's a show where, you know, they don't have to come up with contrived situations where characters hide things from one another, right? No, these are people that communicate well, or at least try to, right? And there's still problems, right? It doesn't fix everything. Because you're great at communicating and you're even like a therapist and you understand how those things works, those things work, doesn't mean you fix every problem magically. And I love that. It doesn't, you know, a lot of TV shows create like contrived situations with like people not saying the things they want to say or lying to one another or blah blah blah. And you know, I mean, sure, it creates drama, but if it makes you scream at the screen, just talk to one another. You know, at some point you get tired of those conflicts, right? Where you're just like you want to shake the characters and be like, just talk to one another, right? And that's why I love Ted Lasso, and that's why I love Shrinking. They do talk to one another. They do, you know, bring up the things they need to bring up. It just doesn't magically fix everything, and I think that's incredible. I've said that in the past, but I think Ted Lasso is... That was before I watched Shrinking, I think. But Ted Lasso, at the time, I remember saying that it's the best example of, like, masculinity I remember seeing in a TV show. Seeing those characters that are seen as, you know, like, brawly, masculine, hyper-masculine guys, you know, playing football with their ego and everything. And there was that one scene in one of the seasons where they just sit around and they talk about their problems. And I was like, oh my god, we need to see more of this. We need to see more of that everywhere. That literally made me cry when I was watching it, just because it's like, I wish we saw more of this. I wish there were more examples of like, yeah, being masculine is not, you know, pretending you're in, you know, nothing can touch you and nothing can, you know, affect you and you're a big man, you know. No, it's just, sometimes it's just being vulnerable and just expressing your feelings to your other bros and dude friends, you know. I love that. And I think Shrinking hits a lot of those tones as well. Another recent TV show that's great is A Man on the Inside. A little more, comedic, I think. But also has a lot of like really touching moments. There's a really, there's a lot of spots where it just suddenly pulls at your heartstrings and it's like, oh my god. Yeah, Men on the Inside, 2 seasons were great. Loved it. It's a bruiser. Everyone is different, and me personally, I find that searching or looking for someone is more stressful than just letting it happen. Haven't talked to a girl in 8 years, could not be happier. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it's different for everyone. I agree with the stressful part of it. I mean, I think it's stressful if you let it be something that, if you place too much importance in the outcome, it becomes stressful, right? I'm looking for someone or I'm searching for someone and it matters that I find them. And if I don't, it's going to make me sad. That part can be hard if you let it be, right? If you just, if you look around and you stay open, I think staying open is a way of putting it that I like better than searching for, right? If you stay open and you meet people and you talk to people and you allow yourself to be open and honest with these people and you don't, and if and you accept that it probably statistically there's only a thin chance that it's gonna work, because that's just how people are, right? It's hard to find someone you match with, you can connect with, and you just accept that it's probably not gonna go anywhere, and that's okay. That's not a problem. That's not anyone's fault, or you don't start blaming people for your, not succeeding in finding that. I think you're fine. Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't think it becomes stressful. It's just you remain open, and then eventually, most likely, it just happens kind of out of nowhere. I don't know. That's been my experience. I just, obviously everyone's different. But if I'm interested in someone, I'm usually pretty forward. I'm not hesitating. I'm gonna be trying to talk to that person. I'm gonna try to connect with that person. I don't hesitate to, like, open myself to people that I find interesting and that I'm interested to see if it can go anywhere. But I don't place any expectation. I don't. If it doesn't, whatever. So I guess it's the best of both worlds, ultimately, right? What do you think season 4 of Ted Lasso would be about? Story didn't need to continue. Yeah, it would have been fine if the show didn't continue. I think, isn't it about... He's coaching a women's team now, I think? Like, they're getting back together so he can coach a women's team. I think it's interesting. I think women football can, definitely could use a little more sort of publicity, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it will be good. For me, the story was complete, of course, but I don't know, at the same time, if it's good, if it's well written, if it's well performed, I don't mind getting more of it. I think Ted Lasso, it was one of those things where I didn't need more of it, but it was also not a story that ended in a way where I'm like, oh man, they really need to not touch anything. There's some story, I don't know, there's some TV shows, I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but there's some TV shows, when they end, you're like, okay, this is really like, nobody should ever reopen this. This is, it's really neat, little bow on it. It's perfect. Nobody should ever touch this again. if you open it again, it's gonna ruin it. I don't think Ted Lasso was quite like that. I think Ted Lasso was sort of, it felt like a moment in the life of those characters, and I can see more of it being interesting to watch. As opposed to something like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't actually have an example. I'm thinking more about like drama shows, but like, yeah, The Leftovers, for instance. My favorite show of all time, The Leftovers. You cannot reopen that show and make something good. There's no way, I don't think. Because it's really like a, you know, it was designed to be the way it was, and perfect show as is. But I don't know. I mean, I've been proven wrong on that stuff before. I thought The Last of Us, for instance, I thought the perfect game, the first game was perfect. When they announced 2, I was like, oh god, no, please. You're gonna ruin everything. Because I thought that the first game was so perfect from start to finish. And the ending was so great. And then I was proven wrong. The second game, I thought the second game was actually better. I thought it added to the first game because they wrote it the right way. They managed to somehow approach it in the correct way and make a story that enhanced the first one instead of taking away from it. So sometimes you just gotta trust the artists and that they know what they're doing. So new show on Netflix called How to Get to Heaven from Belfast. Only halfway through. Okay, interesting. I have so many shows to catch up on. Remind me of that show in the future, Rico, maybe, if it keeps being good. Ted Lasso, Shrinking Man on the Inside on recommendation here. Like them very much. Nice. Yeah, hell yeah, Fred. That's true, Macaron, yeah. Getting friends is great. I don't know, Soitsu. I don't have an opinion on that. I like that they didn't go there. If I'm thinking about it. I like that they never felt like they needed to give Ted a love interest. I think his story of going through the end of his marriage was interesting. And I think not giving him another love interest made that stronger. Now, is that going to be different in season 4? I don't know. We'll see. Trust the writers. We'll talk about it when it's done. On a totally unrelated note, how's the climb going? The climb's going okay. My bag's a little too full right now. I struggle to find room to put more stuff in it. I need to cook some more stuff right now. It was looking bad at some point with our resources, but now we're overflowing again. It seems like that's been the story so far. Is I go from not having enough resources to having too much all the time. And I need to reorganize my bag because it's an absolute mess right now. But yeah, let's make some cooking. That's what we need to do. Let's cook all those small things that are very annoying. I should probably make some coffee as well. Did I put coffee in this so it stays warm? Yeah, maybe. Never been a big fan of coffee, but I'm not going to turn on a little zing. Yeah, so the thermoses actually are pretty important right now because apparently we're gonna get to really cold areas. Anything that can keep me warm is probably pretty good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reheat that water. Make sure this stays warm. And then cooked dandelion actually gives you protection. I didn't realize that. Huh. Yeah, Gecko. I'm not going back to the lake at this point. This is the this is not happening. We're way too far now. But yeah, anyway, all this going back to what I was saying about the joy of sharing with people. I think sharing things you love with other people and finding like-minded people in that process, I think, is wonderful. One of the beauties of the internet. This also, by the way, I've talked about the potential for a TikTok series that I was conceiving. Very related to what we just talked about. Very much related to what we just talked about. So here's your little tease for what I'm cooking in the background these days. I'm just above the massive wall above the wind palace. You know, there's the lake, you cross the rope bridge, you have the wind palace, and then there's that crazy wall you climb, and then I'm in those like sort of structures up there. Yeah. When you find water again after puking your guts out. That's where I am. Dating and no, it's not a dating advice thing. I would be the last person to ask about dating advice. I'm way too honest for the dating world. Which eventually I'm sure will work in my favor. But yeah, I'm too honest. When I'm interested in people, I can't do that nonchalant thing that everyone seems to think is the way to go. I'm very chalant when it comes to people I like. Yeah, that was crazy, Kinetic. When I saw that menu and I was like, I keep drinking and it's not getting me out of it. The moment it clicked in my brain, it's like, oh my god, it's gonna make me empty everything. I was so mad. I had so many things and like super, like those super intense infusions and everything. I had like ultimate infusions, so much of it, that literally when I was done drinking all of it, I had almost 40 minutes of boosts and bonuses. I had almost 40 minutes of bonuses with all the things added up. So I literally, the rest of the wall up until that point, I just shut up. Never even struggled for half a second climbing because I was so like drugged up and boosted on all those infusions and substances. Yeah, it goes. Hey, I mean, it's the price you pay for the video game. It's fine. It's not gonna be an easy journey. And look at us. We already have a bunch of stuff, so it's more than fine. I don't know if I'm gonna... I should eat that probably, right? How's my... Hold on. What's my status? Yeah, that's probably 40. About 40. So eating the egg now would be nice. We played an ARPG on stream, Diablo style. I played Diablo 4 like once, maybe. I think I had like a... I was in between games or something, and Diablo 4 just came out, and I was like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna play one stream of Diablo because I don't know what else to do. I don't think I've done anything specific like that. Otherwise, no. I tend to play stuff that has more of a, you know, an ending and everything, right? More like narrative driven. I do plan maybe on playing No Rest for the Wicked once it fully releases. Because that one, even though it has that sort of ARPG element to it, it also feels very much like a Souls game in a way, and the story seems really cool. And yeah, I've played a little bit of it, Kinetic. I played like the very early area up to the point where you get to the town. I was very impressed. The exploration in that game feels extremely good. I think I should cook this, but not eat it. I don't know. Hold on. Let's see what the bag looks like now. Oh my god. Still a mess. Okay. Inventory full. Fuck you. Okay, we're gonna make this work. How do I make this work? Oh my god. Those trouts take so much space. Okay, we got the bag in there. And now we can recycle this. Why? I mean, I don't have enough space to store all those chalk bags, but I'm gonna use chalk probably going forward, so I don't... I don't know, my bag's a mess and I don't know how to deal. Struggling right now. Also, it's almost morning in game, so... I don't count Diablo games as having a story. I actually do. I was a big fan of the Diablo story when I was younger. I started with Diablo 1, so, you know, I was really into it from the start. I didn't like the story very much in Diablo 3. I did like Diablo 4 campaign a lot. I mostly played the campaign. I never really got into the end game too much. I thought the story was good. I haven't played the expansions yet. I need to do that at some point. But yeah, that's gonna be more like off-stream stuff for me. Those games are... I love playing those Diablo-style ARPGs and all that off-stream. Just because it's... I can put like a TV show or something on the side, or rewatch something I've already watched, or watch a stream and I can just chill. They're very like comfort, peaceful games for me. I don't think it's something I would like to stream. Yeah, they just released a new Diablo 2 class 25 years after the game came out. That's kind of crazy. I haven't tried it, but what a world we live in, where new content comes out for Diablo. I wish that chalk took less space. I think it's ridiculous how much space it takes. I really need to figure out how to organize my bags because I'm hating this right now. This I need to keep for the warmth. I think I might get rid of this bag. Yeah, what a mess. Age of Empires 2 released 3-4 DLC 4 years. Yeah. Yeah, apparently that's the new thing now. You remake an old game and release a bunch of new content for it. Oh, I don't know how I feel about it. Hey, if it makes people happy, great. There's no way for me to fix this. There's just too much stuff in my bag. I think my bag's doomed to be in a... Like, I don't... The fish is just slippery and going all over the place. Look at that. Yeah, no, there's way too much stuff in there. I would have to get rid of maybe a couple bottles. I think I'm gonna have to accept that my bag's a mess. Because we're getting, you know, it's gonna be super cold. I don't feel like I can waste resources and get rid of them. I feel like we're getting at the point in the ascension where efficiency is gonna have to take precedent over, you know, having a neat and organized bag, which I hate saying that. It makes me feel really bad. I also don't know what to do with this, and if I need to keep it or not. And it takes a lot of space. Look at that shit. God damn it. End of an era? I mean, listen, as the resources start dwindling again, we'll have a better organized bag. Trust me. It just rotates on its own. Yeah, I mean, there's too much pressure in the bag right now. Everything's just going all over the place, so... I'm telling you, as soon as we start climbing, and it's... Yeah. We're gonna make room very fast. Trust me. Okay, fingers are looking okay for now. Okay, my right hand is only in good condition, but I'm not willing to replace everything right now. I'll have to deal with that. Okay, you're gonna take a 20-minute nap. Power nap! For Ava. A little bit of reading. And then it's time to go. I just wanted a bit more sun outside, I guess. Alright, so we have this thing here, huh? Three fire lines indicate an attempt to climb the summit. 2 fire lines indicate a descent. Single fire lines reserved for climbers who have conquered the summit. Imposters will be cursed. So we go with 3 fire lines, right? That's what we do. An attempt to climb the summit. Yeah. Three fire lines indicate an attempt to climb the summit. The troglodytes will encourage you. May the mountain guide your steps. I'm really curious what the other things do there. There's a sanity mechanic if you don't sleep. Not as far as I can tell, no. Doesn't sleep very much if your health is high. It only sleeps when your health's... when you're in the tent and your health isn't full. I mean, 3 fire lines indicate an attempt to climb the summit. I mean, that's what I'm doing, so I'm gonna light it.
The only kind of advertising Chris hadn't thought of yet.
Damn. Okay. And now I cannot interact with the other ones. Okay, cool. I really wonder... I'm really curious to... once I'll be done with the game and everything, I'm really curious to find out what the others... what the other things do. Like, I wonder if you go with the middle one if it... Oh.
Wow. Still a lot of villagers left.
Damn, that's insane. Condor stands with Ava. Yeah. Perfect time of the day for this too. I mean, that or sunset or maybe middle of the night would have been great too, but like with the colors there, that's quite beautiful. And goosebumps. That's wow. Take a screenshot of that. Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Yeah, I was saying before the cutscene started, I really wonder if you like pick the middle one that signals a descent. I wonder if it like gives you an alternative ending where you just give up and go home or something, or if it's just you know, I'm gonna have to find that out at some point later when I'm done with the game. Yeah, this is really cool. Getting to see more of that culture, and apparently there's still some places where Mount Kami is deserted, but apparently other troglodyte villages are still very much alive. Okay, my mouse is... You know when you move your mouse on your mouse pad and it feels like something's scratching? Feel like something's not smooth under there? That's what's happening right now. I'm gonna try to some of that. I mean, I'm not gonna be back anyway, so... Underground oak. Is there any world where I can make this happen in my overfilled bag? I wish I didn't have to put it in my bag. I wish I could eat it of the plant directly. Like, if I wish there was an option instead of putting it in the bag to just consume right away. There we go. And I wouldn't have to do this shenanigans. Okay, nothing in any of those pots. Alright. Alright, we do have a little bit of quote-unquote backtracking to do in some of those ledges that we didn't take on the way up. We climbed the other path. Just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, see, there's a few things down there. I think I'm gonna have to climb down actually, because yeah, that's the way forward. Also, holy shit, that looks terrifying. Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. Oh my god, I am so not ready for this. Oh boy. And here I thought, you know... I mean, this wall was a son of a bitch, but I was like, okay, you know, this was the easy part of the game, and now we're in the hard part of the game. No, it gets worse, apparently. Hmm. And now we have to contend with the cold, too. Great. Big fan of the cold. Hmm. Alright, we'll look at that in a minute. I first need to go down there and make sure I don't miss anything. I mean, I don't think there's very much down there, but... I also need to go up here. Yeah, geez, this place is actually gigantic. I wonder if I can go all the way up. And if there's any point in doing so. Yeah, okay, there seems to be a path there. Yep. Okay, well, we're gonna be here for a little bit, I think. Doesn't look like we're going all the way down right away. I mean, forward, rather. Looks nasty. I think I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna hope that I have enough rope to go on both sides without having to unbuckle. There we go. Very clean rappel. Yeah, I don't really think there's anything down there, but I wonder if snow will be a source of water later on, like being able to collect snow and melt it. Feels like it should be. No, nothing there, I think. Back up. Was panicking
Go get
already.
the pittons.
Kittens. Water goes down so fast, it's not even funny.
Cool, thanks.
Some clear water in there. I don't think there's a point in me grabbing it though. I have so much water. I mean, it could, if I use it, it's something I can recycle. Anyway, that's not something I need to look at right now. I need to climb this structure. I need to find a way to climb the structure. think here's the best way. There, up here. Yep. This? Nah, that seems a bit crazy. Hmm. Yeah, I think climbing here and there. Yep, that seems good. I'm just gonna grab water on the way out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I can find on this building, but I'm certainly gonna explore. Not leaving without exploring. Not me. Alright, let's get up there. Gonna immediately put some protection down. Not crazy. Okay, that is not the right way to approach this wall, but... Why do walls look so easy from a distance, and as soon as you're on top of them, you're like, yeah, this is a lot harder than I thought it was gonna be. Come on, come on. Nice.
Great.
Yeah, that foot needs to go.
Perfect.
I don't have my God, I hate this. I really wish I could prioritize my indestructible ones all the time. Very nice. Why did you move your other... Oh my god, I hate when she does that. Yeah, that's a little sketchy, but... If I can get my hand... Yes, nice. Beautiful. Hmm. A little short, fuck. Stabilize. Breathe for a sec. Oh my god. She slipped. A little scary. But we're good. Is that a hole? Yeah, that is... I'm not a big fan of that specific situation there. This is... I'm like... really using the full length of my arms there. That awkward moment before you can actually... There we go. What's with the water levels? It goes down so fast. Feel like maybe I should eat that. Then I can recycle. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to worry about water. I have a source, right? Bit like that. Right, what now?
Thanks.
Scraps, come on. I mean, actually it's okay. It's gonna allow me to relieve my bag a little bit. Not, no, no! What the fuck? I did not want to do that, but it's okay. I'll just climb this. Almost a ladder.
Oh yeah.
Get up here. Do I need to worry about some? A little short. Nice. Nice.
Cool, thanks.
Can I climb this? Okay. And then I was hoping I could just okay. It worked. I wonder if I'm staying warm because there's fire all around this place and it kind of warms the whole thing. Also snow. Man, I am... Dude, there's so much left to go. What the dude. Yeah, that gigantic wall and the Wind Palace felt like... It feels... intuitively, it feels like the midpoint of the ascension. But so there's quite a bit more to go, except it seems a lot harder than what we've done so far. There are reasons to be worried. Okay, how do I get up here? I mean, this could work, right? Yeah, this could be a or this side. This also work. Hmm. I really need to be careful. Yeah, this is very scary. Nope. Oh god. Okay. Hmm. Reach all the way there. Not quite what I wanted, but do. Yeah, okay, this is not as perfect as I was hoping. It's alright though. It's too bad.
Cool.
Come on, push. Oh, come on. How do I deal with this one? I think I do this.
Right on.
Yep. Yep. Put it in here. Grab the crack. Oh, get your hand in there. Nice.
Come on.
This is a very, like, weird climbing surface compared to a lot of what we've seen so far.
Okay.
So I
Good.
cannot believe I'm not slipping with the snow. Barefoot in the snow. Can't be too pleasant. Alright, we made it. I don't think it served much of a purpose. There's a resting spot, but that's about it. Thank you, Climbot. It doesn't seem like there's any items or anything. Also, I'm realizing now that with the snow and everything, it's going to be hard to find plants anymore at this point. So my ultimate infusions and all that, I don't know. Doesn't... On paper, it sounds like we're not going to find any more of it. I knew I shouldn't have been drinking with that nerd. The game gave you a choice, I would have never been drinking. Oh, look at the snow, nice. Oh man, that means we're gonna actually have to deal with heavy snow up here. Kinda neat. Okay, Climbot, you're ruining whatever I'm trying to do there. Will not staying for very long. Very cool. Kind of feels like we're on the top of the world and we're not even halfway up the mountain. Well, about halfway, I would say. robot reminded me of that robot who drew a dick on Mars. I've heard of that. Oh, Subnogger. Better than a treasure chest. Oh yeah. Love the rumbling sounds. Mountain. Hey Colette, what's up? Where are we at? We're about to take on like the, you know, the snowy parts, I guess. We're at the top of that. You know, you have the Wind Palace, and then like the bridge, the Wind Palace, and then you have the super hard wall, gigantic wall there. And then you get to that structure with the beacon, like the flame that you can light up. I'm on top of that. And I'm taking a well-deserved break before, you know, the cold, snowy mountains. How do you find the peril? Is the peril the big wall from like the Wind Palace to the top there? It was hard. Yeah, I was also running out of resources, and yeah, that was kind of difficult. And then I got drunk and lost all my liquids that I was saving. Many great infusions and all that. Yeah, the massive wall with the colored lines, yeah. I had so many resources that once I was done drinking all of it, I had 40 minutes of boosts. Yeah, like 40 minutes, almost 40 minutes of boosts of various kinds. So the rest of the climb after that was extremely easy for like up until where we are now. Oh, sunset. Nice. Wow. Damn, the colors. Okay, that's sick. Marco will never find me here. Can never get me drunk again. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that we can see. 9, including ours. So yeah, there's at least 8 more troglodyte villages existing on other mountains. I love seeing the ocean of clouds surface. Wait, it's already morning? What the fuck? Is time accelerating? Maybe time runs differently when you're taking a break. Or maybe it was just a trick of the light because of the clouds or something. Yeah. But it felt like we were like, you know, we were at night and then suddenly like the sun rose again. But it could have been like the snow stuff. Like, look at this. Strange, you know, strange weather phenomenons in this world at this altitude. Fine. And now it's proper night. Presumably. I love the night sky in this game. But yeah, I love the ocean of clouds sort of thing when you're high up enough in the mountains. I lived in the mountains for a little bit when I was in my 20s. For a couple years. And you would get like that sea of cloud thing very regularly. You could see it from my window, in fact. It was really nice. That was the quietest life I've ever had, like in terms of, you know, just how quiet everything was. Never slept that well at night, like complete silence. Like I live in the woods now, which, you know, it's pretty quiet, but there's more sounds with the trees and the leaves and the animals and all that. Like the mountain was dead silent during the night. It was kind of insane. Unless there was a storm, in which case it was a lot, you know, louder and... But I love storms, so that didn't bother me too. Man, this is nice. I'm really scared about the rest of the ascension. It looks very mean. Snow's nice. I love this track though. Pretty good. Alright, Ava. I think it's time for us to go back down to the tent. Rest a little bit. And then get going. The mountain's not gonna climb itself. Alright, what's my safest way down from here? I think here maybe. If I were there, I think I'd just eat myself up thinking what I need to get back down. You mean the whole mountain in general? Yeah, that's true. I never thought about that. Like, jeez. Oh my god. Don't. Please don't burn yourself. Just very casually descending this thing right now. Kind of impressed. Bare feet in the snow. I was talking about that like not 5 minutes ago. It is absolutely wild, yes. That to me is the craziest thing about this whole thing. I actually would like to grab my rope. I hate that I can't grab my rope right now. Hold on. I think we need to do it in parts, unfortunately. This position's so funny right now. Come on, just walk. Can you walk, please? Thank you. Yeah, realistically, you know, the frostbite would cheat.
Got them.
Oh, come on, really? Now I have 3 of them. Oh my god. I'm almost hoping that I break another one so I can just repair them. No, not more backspace, Nogger. We had 2. We actually had 2. Now I have an extra one. I'm legit hoping this one breaks. But of course it's not going to. See? I'm tempted to just keep screwing it and unscrewing it in order to break one. It's fine. My bag's a mess anyway. It's not gonna fix my bag. We need to consume more stuff if we're hoping to fix that bag situation. Alright, let's get in there. A nice little night of rest until we can, you know. Yeah, Colette. I got, how many? 5 or 6 the other day? I can't remember. But yeah, right now I have so many little things that it just, everything moves around too much. I can't really compress things as well anymore. We're in a bit of a struggle with our bag. Yeah, okay. A little more space now, I think. Maybe. Yeah, no, not even. I have too much chalk, but I kind of, you know, I think I'm gonna have to use a lot of it. So. Oh, that kind of. Did you see that? That was kind of amazing. Everything sort of just slid into place there at the bottom. I mean, it's not perfect. I don't like the asymmetry of those two things, but it kind of just slid into place. That was kind of nice. Oh, Jesus. And then I ruined it. Can I? Maybe there's a world in which we actually fix this. I don't know. Okay, This is a pain right now that you can only understand if you've played this game. There we go. That makes no sense at all. I couldn't go from here. No way in hell to get to that thing. If I press left, I go to the side stuff. I have to go through here first, center, and then to the left. Yeah, I kind of wish, Colette, I kind of wish it was a cursor that you can move. Almost like a fake mouse, right? Which I typically hate in games, by the way. Console, like controller. When controllers use a fake mouse thing, I hate it. But in this particular scenario, I feel like it would be better. Which is very weird. Because again, typically I hate fake mouse stuff with controllers. But yeah, I think this is a rare exception. Because of the way it's... The bag's sort of like free-flowing. I feel like it would make more sense. Oh god, I'm ruining everything! No! I need to eat some of those fish. I mean, we sort of made it a little better. I think, maybe? I don't know. Ugh. Oh my god. What are you playing these days, Colette? Can't remember. Okay, this is fine. I'm okay with this. I'm not a fan of this situation here, but I think it's fine. Yes, you. You, Colette. Black Myth Wukong offline. Baba Is You. I haven't played Baba Is You, but I've seen the name around. It sounds very weird. Just the name, right? One of those games that based on the name alone, you don't really know what it's going to be about. Just like I'm playing offline right now. I'm playing Romeo is a Dead Man. Also one of those games where you're like the title doesn't really mean anything, right? It's like, huh, that sounds weird. Let me... Baba Is You. Oh, right. I've seen a little bit of that game, I think, around, like, puzzle-ish. Yeah. That seems nice. Baba makes you feel like a genius? Hell yeah. I should totally play that then. I need to feel smarter. No, not really. Yeah, no, that's good. It's like blueprints. Blueprint. I've never seen a game like blueprints that goes from making me feel like a genius to making me feel like an idiot within 5 minutes of the same, like, you know, run. I'm like, oh my god, I'm the smartest person alive, and then 1 second later I'm like, I do not understand anything. The fucking god, that fucking gallery room in blueprints, I've never felt so dumb as I did in that room. I still do, by the way. I've solved one of the things in the gallery, and I don't know how. I don't know why it's the answer. I accidentally solved one of them because I was messing around with words. And even after finding the right one, I still don't understand why that's the answer. That's how bad that the gallery is for me, and how stupid it makes me feel. Which one? Think. I was messing around with words, and I was making words to, you know, for fun, and I solved think, and then I was like, I don't know. I don't understand why this is a thing. It makes no sense to me. What's up, Pikura? Feel really good about myself when I learned to think with portals. Yeah, portals was great. I loved. I think Portals 1 was okay, but it was a bit, you know, experimental. I think Portals 2 was amazing. Portals 2 was a great game. Yeah. That was a solid story and adventure in general. The game's in your variety wheel. Baba is you, yeah. My BP experience was 80%. I'm so stupid, 20% I'm a genius. You mean I was kind of the opposite, fortunately. Oh yeah, I solved the thing, but I still don't understand why, so I don't want to know why it's the right answer, right? Because I'm gonna eventually return to it, so... It needs to remain a mystery. But fortunately, I saw the guns before I saw your message, so I didn't see your explanation. All good, though. No worries. Just protecting my experience. I'm working on 3D printing a portal gun. Nice. I would be too disappointed that it wouldn't work. Do you play any multiplayer games, Colette? Alright, my bag feels better. I'm very happy about it. Not great, but it works. What should I do for food? Should I get rid of one of the fish? Probably. I think I'm gonna sleep first, so I can then maximize the use of the fish. Alright, 5 a.m. Foods. Fish. Drank. Kill. Okay. So we got 2 fish, we got a dandelion, we got some honey. It's turning on its own. God. It's working. Oh my god, this is better. My bag feels good again. Oh, oh, that was so satisfying. Nice. Not, again, not perfect, but big improvement compared to 20 minutes ago. Alright, so we got about 100 food there. About 100 here. That 180 plus 80, 60, 360. That's about 20, I think, cooked. 380. Yeah, we have roughly 4 full meters of food. It's okay, you know, that should last us a while. How are the fingies? They're not great, but I think it will have to do. I'm kind of scared. I don't want to go. Oh shit, what's Curinol again? I think Curinol is way too big for the amount of healing it's giving. Yeah, it's this huge thing for 20, which makes no sense. Oh shit. I want to recycle it, but I would love to get... I'm making a mess again. There we go. Recycle. Bam. Very good. We'll go here. I don't know about that. Oh, actually, never mind. That's great. Perfect. Kind of hate that scrap here. What's left? Alpine cola. There's 2 cans. I recycled that. How is that not enough room now? Whoa. There we go. And those cans are big. Sounds like a very bad sentence, but yeah, there was another can somewhere around here. Just water. There it is. It's a little tight, but do for now. Okay, on the way we go. Oh my god, this looks... I don't even know. Dude, I am... Oh my god, okay. I don't... I could be safe and just like kinda go down here maybe and just like skirt around. Or I can try jumping it, which sounds evil. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan of the jumping idea. Hmm. What is that over there? Is that a... I can't tell if it's a resting spot or just one of these things. Oh, the resting spots is more of a... Actually, I think it is a resting spot. Okay. Okay, I think the smart way to do this... I have an idea.
A little break.
I'm gonna secure myself and then I'm gonna jump. I think that's the way to go. There's no way I'm jumping this without safety. Okay, it's just practice. I mean, I don't know, man. Okay. Oh my god, this is terrifying. Terrifying. don't know.
Pittons.
Let's see. Gonna struggle. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but I think this is fine. Oh my god. Yeah, see, I mean, should I just trust my jumps here? Where's the one with the dead body? Further down there. Okay.
Pittons, please.
I mean, it seems okay. Like, it seems sort of safe, but I know, like, the moment I get overconfident, I'm just gonna die. Yeah, jumping that one without any sort of This one seems far. I don't know about that one.
You are on my last nerve.
See? That's why... dude. Because it seems far, so I wanted to go like all the way to the edge. That's why I secure myself before doing this shit. Yep. Thank you, Past Daniel. How does Climbot jump? I'm not sure. He failed to do so earlier, I think. I think he gets performance anxiety if I look at him. I think if I stop looking at him, it just teleports. I think that's the strat. I don't know. I can press twice and he just teleports to me. In case he gets stuck, right? Was that a full one or a broken one? That was a full one. Okay. So we can still repel.
Rest in peace, fellow climber.
Oh shit. Coffee and maple syrup. I'm not mad
You'd
about
have
that.
wanted me to take it.
You'd have wanted me to take it. You don't know that. I understand the sentiment and I think I agree, but in reality, you don't know that. Well, I think it's fair. Like, if I were to die in the mountain, I would want people to use whatever they can. I think there's... Dude, I don't know. Like, I'm thinking ahead to, like, doing free solo attempts. Do I just climb down here and then climb back up on this crack here? Or do I just free solo do those jumps and hope that I don't fall? I mean, I guess the jumps are not that hard if you're really sort of used to them, but... Yeah, no, climbing this in free solo sounds a lot scarier, actually, than jumping. I don't know, free solo seems like it's gonna be a hell of a challenge. Seems very scary. Oh, definitely Ava. The corpse probably doesn't smell too much. It's probably frozen. Or at least cold enough to, you know... I mean, it's probably a skeleton at this point. Yeah, it's a skeleton. That thing's been dead for ages. Doesn't smell anymore. Okay. Thing down there worth investigating? I don't think so. Yeah, no, there's definitely less stuff around now. It's more, Oh, that's not a save point. I thought it was a save point. Oh, let's go. Oh, there's one behind it. Okay.
Bring me the pittance.
Jeez. I'm already almost through half of my meters, and we've done 3 jumps. Oh, that makes sense. To those who attempt the ascent to the summit, may Kami guide your steps and keep you out of danger. I don't want to take a screenshot from here. Cool. Alright, now I want to get to that little tent there. Behind here. We're gonna have to climb. Yep. Okay. Well, I mean, not climb, but you know. What would be the word? Skitter around? Is that the word? Skittering around? I don't know. There we go. Not taking any chances. The needle. That's what it's called. Hey, you know, appropriate name. I like that there's a resting spot here, which I'm obviously gonna have to check. Also, most of this, by the way, can't protect yourself. Uh-oh. Oh my god, okay, it's a lot taller than I thought from a distance, now that I'm at the bottom of it. Fuck. Oh shit. Oh my god. That's 3 dead people. Oh my god. Okay. My prediction is that those are the kids we saw. Like the ones that had the... you know, like the tents and everything. Maybe those are the 3 kids. What if they all died here? I mean, I'm assuming we're gonna see more and more dead bodies. Because now we're getting to the really hard stuff, right? Dude, this looks so bad. I mean, worse, Puka, because people have made it to the top of Mount Everest. Nobody has made it to the top of that one. What do I do with that maple syrup, I wonder? Could make some creamy coffee. Well, sweet coffee. Wasn't there sweet water and something created brownies or some shit? Hold on. Creamy maple fudge. Syrup and sugar water. Maple syrup and sugar water. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have anything sweet, fortunately. Unless... Can I mix? No. Yo, Ren. Thank you for the tier 3, 23 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Ren, you will be remembered. Hope you're doing well today. The chipmunk. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe like I could mix Alpine Cola with water, make sugar water and then maple syrup, but no. So there's a part of me that kind of wants to keep that maple just in case I found some sugar. Because it would be nice to be able to make maple fudge. It probably is very energetic. I don't really need to do anything else at this point. I could finally start eating that honey. I've sort of hoped to find... I don't think we're fine. I think the honey discovery is in our past days. I think we need to let go of that. We're not gonna find any more honey, so... Yeah, this is scary. We're really getting to much harder areas now. Scarce of resources. I mean, hopefully, well, hopefully. The resources now are gonna come from dead bodies, is what I'm feeling, right? We used to be able to forage for resources, now we're just gonna scavenge off of the dead bodies, which works for me. I'm just saying, it's gonna be a little, you know, gonna be a different vibe from now on. But oh, also I don't think we have water here, right? Yeah. Careful. We need to be careful. Well, okay. I guess it's time to drink a little bit, maybe eat a little bit, and then climb the needle. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be a story for tomorrow. we're getting close to the end of the stream. I'm gonna start climbing that needle now. That looks like some scary shit. I want to be well prepared. I want to be in the, you know, right headspace before we climb that stuff. It's gonna be very, very scary. Alright, cool. Not a whole lot of progress today, but some beautiful vistas. Pretty interesting conversation. And during the middle part of the stream there, it was pleasant. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate the support. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of CAIRN. Yeah, that's about all I got. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.